G'day, you good dunce. How are we? What's everyone been up to? I have had a very busy day. Very, very busy. Going to bring water. Ooh, nice. Nice. Reminds me, I'm going to have some water right now. Alrighty. Get this set up. Then we'll be ready to go. Mike first, Oki second, Dex third, Gamer late. Unfortunate. What else is unfortunate?
I had a game I think you'd like.
What else is unfortunate is that the overlay isn't working. It's not capturing the camera. Dang it. Alright. I guess we're stopping and restarting the overlay. What's this game that you think I'll like? Called Hosey. Hosey. Okay. There we go. There we go. We should be good now. Is it Streamer Life Simulator 2? We got bugs. Well, not bugs, performance issues that we need to fix. And a couple of bugs that I found through, what do you call it? Now, OBS isn't updating. There we go. That's better. Beautiful. Beautiful. Alright. It's all working. It's all good. Well, your subs, you have 670? I know, we passed 669. Yeah. My Yeti bottle is here. I have my pet robot. I want the Hosey game, but I don't have a Windows machine. For anyone that doesn't know, you can get... Where is it? This. It's here. Divinity. You can get, if you go to Divinity 2 or Divinity Original Sin 1, you can get Divinity Original Sin Enhanced Edition and Divinity Original Sin 2 for 80% off. 80% off. I bought both of those today because I was like, that's a deal. That's not just a deal, but that's a steal. So yeah. I have done so much investigating today and so much research today into Godot draw calls and batching, and I cannot figure out why my draw calls are so high. It's horrible. Horrible. Rip, you don't have Dragon Commander, the weirdest in the franchise. I figure Original Sin and Original Sin 2 will certainly keep me occupied until Original Sin 3 comes out. I'm not going to have time to play Beyond Divinity and all that kind of stuff. What is this? After 2017, single player third person. Only up. Unreal Engine 2023. Not a platformer, not indie, so it's not going to be Stray, but it could be cyberpunky, sci-fi stuff. Okay, so it looks like it's going to be sci-fi or mystery. It's not puzzle. Astrobot. Damn it. Okay, so it's not sci-fi, it's mystery. There we go. Is TinyBuild a known game dev publisher? I've never heard of them, that's for sure. What's going on, Skate? How you doing? Those are the peak games? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I've never heard of TinyBuild. Good mostly? Nice. Nice. Third person, Unreal Engine, single player, 2023. Mystery. Mystery. Doing great. How about you? I am exhausted, Skate. I've done so much today. And I still don't know what the solution for this performance issue is. Damn it. Damn it. To heck. It's not going to be a Resident Evil. It's too early for Black Myth. Too early for Starfield. Too early for the Oblivion remake. Third person. They did the Hello Neighbor games, I think. They're the publisher for those. Fair enough. Then yeah, they're known, I guess. Well, the stuff they've published is known. It's probably a better way to put it. They did Little Guardsman. Yeah, I don't know that. It's not Sony. But it's on PS5, so it's not an Xbox exclusive. Check all of your models. There could be unnecessary polygons. It's got nothing to do with that, Skate. Nothing to do with that. Like, it's to do with draw calls. And from what I've been... We'll get into it. We'll get into it after this, alright? We'll get into it after this. Third person, Unreal Engine, single player, 2023. What is it? It's not Talos Principle. It's not Escape Simulator. It's not a Diablo or Path of Exile or anything like that. None of those types of games. Not a Stanley Parable. Could be an Assassin's Creed. Okay, so it's an RPG. It's not Ubisoft. Bandai Namco. The mystery game. Is this Frog Detective? No, it's not. Because that's indie. Of course not. Of course not. Mystery. Could be stealth. Could be open. Ooh. Tomb Raider. Nah, shit. I don't think we've got this. I do not think we have this. We might, we don't. Like, I can't think of any Bandai Namco games from 2023. Primarily because I don't track publisher stuff. Yeah. The new Spyro? No, because that'd be a platformer, so it's not a platformer. It's an RPG. That's the only thing we know. We know it's an RPG. That's it. Yeah, RPG mystery. Surely Bandai Namco hasn't put out that many mystery RPGs. It's not going to be a Silent Hill. It's not Resident Evil. Not a Spider-Man. Is it a Plague's Tale? Or a Plague Tale? Something like that? I don't think so. I don't know. Nah. It's 2022. Damn it. I have a feeling this is going to be one of those niche games or obscure games that we haven't heard of. Or that we've heard of and forgotten about. Not Human Fall Flat. One Piece. Mystery. Odyssey. Pirate Warriors 4. I'm assuming Odyssey, because it's RPG. Ah, there you go. One Piece Odyssey. Bandai Namco. Well, there you have it. Alright. So. Okie dokie. Ockity dockity doo. How you doing, okie dokie? The issue that we have... If I go a new game... You'll notice the draw calls are fine. I also don't know what's happening with the NPCs and why they're just walking forward to there and then falling through. Makes no sense. But yeah. We've got that. We've got that. Hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate. Now, if I load this one, which I've been using for getting demo, or not demo, trailer stuff. If I load this, you'll notice the draw calls go up to 12,500. And you'll also notice that FPS also took a hit. Went from 165 You know, down to 50, 55. Not good. Not good, obviously. And we know it's got something to do with these things here. Because if I look away, notice how the FPS comes back and the draw calls just... And then we get some of the boxes in. 350. There's some more of them. 410. Yeah, 457. Now all of a sudden, if I'm here, 426. As soon as we get the cards, the cards cause a huge jump. So there's something... It's treating each of these as their own thing. It's not batching them in the same draw call. And I don't know why. I've had a look, and they're using the same mesh. They're using the same material. They're using the same textures. So I don't know why it's not batching them in the same draw call. The material is set as opaque only. And when all of those things are true, it should be combining them into the one draw call. But it's not. So, we gotta do some research. That one there. You go to that shelf. And see how they're all referencing the same scene. I click on this. I think it's to do with the skeleton 3D. If we select the card pack, see the mesh. You can see how it's the Array Mesh 05 LOS. If I go to the next one, I select its card pack. Its mesh is also the Array Mesh 05 LOS. So it's the same mesh. Same mesh. We know that much. The name is the same. That's all fine. We have a look in here. The path, that's the same. Athlete card pack Trez, that's fine. And these textures, athlete card pack PNG, athlete card pack PNG. So I don't know why these are not being done in a batch call. I do not know. I'm wondering if it's because they're in a rigid body, I tried to turn off the global illumination. That did shit all. I have a feeling it's to do with this. Because of the skinning. Does the black hole actually reset your tokens? It doesn't reset them. It's just the 5,000 points you use to redeem it get taken away. That's it. It's just a black hole for your points. There it is. I assume they're going to have separate animation players too. L3V7C. L3V7C. So it's the same skin. I think it's the skeleton.
I hope you know that I'm still outside the room.
What room? Why? Why? Add ray tracing? No. They should, from what I know, be batched. Managing hierarchy of bones. Pose, reset, and animation.
Never mind.
Red doll.
I'm in your walls now.
Overall transform of a bone with respect to skeleton is determined by bone pose. Global pose below refers to the overall transform of the bone with respect to its skeleton. Okay. And I know it's not the dynamic lighting casting a shadow, because I've turned off shadows being cast by the sun, and that changed nothing at all. Quick question about Australia. Are rabbits still a problem over there? Always. Always. We're talking about wild rabbits. They're always a problem. That's 3, 2, 4. Kind of wish dingoes were effective. Correct me if I'm wrong. They were very much not. Correct. Correct. Same with cane toads. Oh, sorry, not cane toads. Bullfrogs. Bullfrogs are an invasive species that mess with our crops. Unfortunately, you can't just get rid of them once they're introduced, because they spread. And then you just left with a lot of pains in the ass. More difficult to batch together several objects in a single draw call. Many meshes attempt to compromise hundreds or thousands of triangles. Combining large meshes in real time is prohibitively expensive. Cost of joining them quickly exceeds benefits as the number of triangles grows per mesh. Much better alternative is to join meshes ahead of time. Static meshes in relation to each other. This can be done by artist or programmatically within Godot using an add-on. Also, a cost to batching together objects in 3D. Several objects rendered as one cannot be individually culled. An entire city that is off screen will still be rendered if it's joined to a single blade of grass that is on screen. Thus, you should always take objects' locations and culling into account when attempting to batch 3D objects together. Despite this, the benefits of joining static objects often outweigh other considerations, especially for large numbers of distant or low poly objects. So we're already reusing the standard material 3D as well as the shaders that we've created. We're already reusing those. Going to automatically perform a view frustum culling in order to prevent rendering objects that are outside the viewport. Walking around town, for example, you may only need to see a few buildings in the street, as well as the sky and a few birds flying overhead. As far as naive renderer is concerned, you can still see the entire town. Or just render the buildings in front of you, or render the streets behind that, with the people on that street, and the buildings behind that. Okay. Things aren't quite as bad as they seem because the Z buffer usually allows the GPU to only fully shade the objects that are in front. This is called depth pre-pass and is enabled by default in Godot when using Vol Plus or compatibility renderer methods. Good. Unneeded objects are still reducing performance. One way we can potentially reduce the amount to be rendered is take advantage of occlusion. I don't think I need that. Don't need transparent objects. Don't need LOD because they're all there. Fake lighting. Use manual instancing multi-mesh. If several identical objects have to be drawn in the same place or nearby, try using multi-mesh instead. Allows the drawing of many thousands of objects at very low performance cost, making it ideal for flocks, grass, particles, or anything else where you have thousands of identical objects. Animation and vertex animation, such as skinning and morphing, can be very expensive on some platforms. You'll need to lower the poly count considerably for animated models, or limit the number of them on screen at any given time. You can also reduce the animation rate for distant or occluded meshes, or pause the animation entirely if the player is unlikely to notice the animation is being stopped. G'day Orchrus, how you doing? Visible on-screen enabler 3D contains a box-shaped region of 3D space on a target node. Target node will be automatically enabled when any part of its region becomes visible on the screen, automatically disabled otherwise. I don't see anything in here because we've already got a low poly count. There's already a considerably low poly count on all of our meshes. Reusing materials. Why? Any ideas? Any ideas at all, chat? This doesn't have a process physics, does it? Not that I can see. I mean, there's this. Get rid of that now, actually. One thing I've added. See that box there? That big box. That's an area 3D. It has, what, 6 collision shapes? If an object, if a body enters, it gets deleted. So this way, if something falls off the world or something like that for some reason, it's gone. It's gone, it's dusted, pisses off. Nice. Why? Use profiler. We're already checking things in the profiler. I've got the monitor, visual profiler. Render 3D scene. Set up 3D scene. Set up sky. Oh. Render depth pre-pass. Render shadows. It's the shadows that's eating it. Render shadows and render depth pre-pass. It's the shadow and the depth pre-pass. But, fucking YouTube, stop asking me to sign back into chat every 3 goddamn days, you prick of a shit system. I swear Google has started using AI code for their shit. Alright. Okay. What up, Ginger? How you doing? I'm very tired at the moment, and I'm trying to figure out performance optimization stuff. So probably not gonna be focusing on anything other than that tonight. Rendering shadows for the CPU and GPU. I turn off the shadows there. It does nothing. Doesn't improve performance at all. Notice how it has shadows. That's definitely fixed draw calls. I have an idea. Like, that's still not good. Like, 70 FPS is not good. Still not good. It's still the opaque pass. And no, the depth pre-pass and the opaque pass. If I can fix the depth pre-pass, next to your streaming FPS will go up once you stop. No, boy. I know that's wrong because this is the exact thing that happened earlier today when I wasn't streaming. Alright. The whole reason we're looking at it is because I found this performance issue off stream. So that's not the reason. What's this setup 3D scene? Depth pre-pass. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna turn off the back base lighting for all of these. Oh, I don't have backface lighting set up for your material. Whoops. Because if the solution is to have no shadow, I'm fine with that. And it's just in my case then? Probably. You gotta remember, like, my CPU right now is at 9% usage. My GPU is going to be probably less, considering my CPU is the one doing the video encoding for the stream. So, yeah. No backface lighting on you. No backface lighting on you. That's fine. Okay. Turn this off. Godot does have a resource issue though. Tries to play nice with all the programs you're running, unlike Unity, Unreal. I know for a fact it's nothing to do with any of that because I have the same performance issue when all I'm doing is testing the game. Okay? I was doing it earlier today. I was doing stuff for the trailer. And I saw the FPS drop. So I ran a profiler. And that's what the issue was. Alright? So we don't need to argue about, oh, it might get better if we stop streaming. Because I know for a fact that's not going to happen. All I want to do tonight, I just want to focus on fixing this. I don't care about speculation or anything like that. Unless it's speculation as to why the objects and the meshes aren't doing with, like, you know, aren't being combined in draw calls and such. That's the only thing I care about. I don't care about anything else. I've spent so much time talking about hypotheticals that are never true that I just don't care about them anymore. I couldn't care about hypotheticals. They don't help at all. Alright, so all of that You already don't have backface culling. Backface lighting. Collectible card mat. We can turn off the backface lighting there. Let's see what we have now. Ball that shoots straight up. Once again. Turn off shadows. Gosh damn! Shadows have dropped it down from 12,500 draw calls to 3,000 draw calls. It still isn't perfect. Still isn't perfect. I do wonder... How you doing, Spaceballs? 1246? No, sorry, 1248. I can't count. I cannot count. What the hell? What the hell is that? The light will only cast shadows using objects in the selected layers. Okay, I have an idea. So that's what's doing it. And then... Because I don't like that. And then you come out here and it's all bright and shit too. You think it's the labels? Let's have a look. Let's have a look. I wonder if that's... it hasn't. Okay. So what I need to do, let's go into price. Not price sticker. Price tag. Let's turn those off. See what happens. See what happens. So, go back in here again. That only accounts for about 400 total draw calls. When the shadow is turned off. So if we turn shadows on, still up at 11,000. It's definitely shadows. G'day, Peppy, you gunt. Sucks that 3D doesn't have something similar to 2D called Canvas Group. Makes everything draw on the same draw call. So that's the thing, DuBoy, is if it's the same mesh, the same material, and all that sort of stuff, same textures and whatnot, it should combine them into the one draw call. I don't know why that's not happening. I don't know why. Because you have all your boxes have the same PNG. Won't draw all the PNGs in a single draw call. Because it stumbles into a label, then into a shadow, etc. So you end up with multiple, etc. And there. Because like even with all the labels turned off, it was still like 2,600 draw calls. And with the shadow turned off and stuff like that. Because if... and shadow off. Actually, turn it off and all that. I feel like I just want shadow turned off altogether. I feel like that's what I want. I know. Don't worry. Don't worry. Know what the problem is. I just need a solution. 2007, 2011, single player. As multiplayer too, though. Okay, it's not a shooter. It's not first person either. Okay. Like an isometric. Sims 3. 2010, 2011. It's not isometric, so it's either side view, it could be audio. Could be like a rock band. Okay, either side view or auditory. Probably side view. 2010, 2011 side view. Terraria. Yeah, it could be indie, could be platformer. The comedy kids fantasy action game. Is that Hyperland? That it is, Cass. That it is. Side view, single player, multiplayer, co-op, 2011. Comedy, kids, fantasy, action. I have no clue. Maybe some Mario game? Nah. No, I mean, it could be something on the Wii. It's got to be a 2011 side view Mario game, though, if that. Could be on the Wii. And the Switch. I feel like a lot of Mario games from the last, like, decade and a half have been third person, though. Wonder if it's like a Luigi's Mansion 2? Or 3? Okay, it's not a Nintendo game. It's not on the Switch. Platforming is its own category. Yep. That's what that one is. Platform. Indie. So it could be platform, it could be indie, it could be both. We don't know. Comedy kids game. What? Little Big Planets. That's a good one. Could it be... Now, it's not going to be Scribblenauts because it's not on Switch. I do like Little Big Planet Guess, though. I'm going to guess it. Alright, so we know that it's on PlayStation. We know it's on PlayStation. Not Sony published, though. Looks like it's gonna be a platform game. I don't know. This game has once again stumped me. There's not many side view kid games co-op, but that should make it easier to guess. Yeah. Unfortunately, the problem isn't how many there are. It's just that I don't know any of them. So, can't guess something that I don't know. It's not going to be raveled. Or unravel. It's not going to be a Mega Man. It's not a Splatoon. It's not a Five Night. I don't know. A Lego game, perhaps. It's not a Lego game. I don't know. Who knows? Let's go something like... I don't know. What is it? What is it? Rayman Origins. Well, there you go. I was not dropping that in the kids category. Just because it's like 2D cartoony. That's old IP. It is. It is. That it is. I drop an NPC. Why do you keep re-enabling? So I still want backface lighting on that. Fucking stop turning on. Orthogonal shadow. Okay. It's the shadow. I just have to turn off the shadow. What are you working on? Optimizations. Optimizations. Can you like... I'm sick. Sake. You. Fuck off with your shadows. Still has 3082. Okay. 3000 is still a lot, de boy. That's why I'm still looking at it. If I was happy with 3000, I would move on and just have it turn off. It's not doing anything. I do have a lot of detail in the frame, but the issue is those meshes, like all of these boxes here are the same mesh, same material, same texture. None of them are set to be local to scene or anything like that. So why aren't they drawn in the same render call? Yeah, exactly. It's not getting batched together, but the question is why? And you've got to, like, you also need to account for this black shift. I'm getting, looking at this, 75 to 80 FPS. I've got a 7900 XTX and a, I think it's 7800X or 7900X CPU as well. So if it's this for me, for people that are using a 3060, a 1680, stuff like that, their FPS would probably be 40. That's me. Yeah, exactly. So I'm thinking I'll just disable shadow because it's low poly, and honestly, I don't think anyone's going to notice the shadow. You could batch it yourself as a multi-mesh. The problem is these aren't just meshes. They are instances of a node tree that have logic to them. So, like, how am I doing that if I'm using a multi-mesh? Just not. The thing I'm gonna do, no, go away. Let me check furniture. You don't have back face on. Opaque only. You're not local to scene. Reusing the same materials. What I'd need to do for the card pack, Morning, Hadouken. They're running on the depth pre-pass. Or they're running on the depth opaque only. Sorry. So they're not running on the pre-pass. It's just the opaque only. Opaque only. Actually, I want to go into our game state. Day-night cycle. False. So the issue is that Sky 3D is going to enable the shadow. Sky 3D is always enabling the shadow. It's like I can set it false there, but when I run this, as soon as I flip this, see how the shadows are on? And see here how it's the shadows that's doing most of it. Most of it's shadows, and then the rest of it's the render depth pre-pass. Why don't you just shove the items on a different shadow layer mask layer? No, because they sit underneath the like they're a child of this, like the same thing. Like if the thing around them is having a shadow cast on it, and they get hit too. Like I could potentially do that. Okay, so we've turned off the shadows. Like, we've turned off the shadow cull mask completely. So now nothing's getting shadows. I just want to I want to reduce it a bit more. If I can reduce it a bit more, like if for that many objects, if for that many things in the store, we can get it down to like 1,500 draw calls, I'll be happy. Because there's only so much I can do when you have a lot of things being, like a lot of objects and stuff being instanced. Let's go into here. Ow. So we've turned off the back face for you. G'day Cam, how you doing? Each bobblehead display item is one surface. What do you mean by one surface? Each item on a shelf is an instance of a node. They share the same material. Everything except for bobbleheads share the same mesh and the same textures and stuff. The bobbleheads change mesh depending on which bobblehead is showing, but two bobbleheads that look the same are using the same mesh, if that makes sense. Praying that everything at my work has recovered. Why? Why, Cam? That sounds bad. What did you do? Okay. I don't think we have that anymore. We don't need that anymore. Are you still on? Um... Hmm. I don't actually think back face lighting has done anything. Yeah, so the only other thing I know of that would break it, like break the batch draw calling black shift, is if the material or the mesh or something like that was set to be local to scene. However, that's not happening. We're not doing that anywhere. So I don't know why these things. The only thing that I can think of, at all that I can think of, is that it's to do with this, the skeleton. That's the only thing I can think of, is that the skeleton is breaking it and causing them to not draw in one draw call. Because of skinning. Scout has a compute shader in the back end. Now, here's the other thing, Black Shift. Does that extend to shape keys? It does? Okay, so yeah, for the weights and that. Here's a question for you. Well, here's a question in general. I may have a way to bypass this. No skeleton for it. Just the mesh. Now, when the player picks up the card pack and is holding it, we flip it. So that when they open it, it plays the animation. When they put it down, switches back to this one. What do you think? Asset cache 38. No, that's fine. I can get rid of that. $2,300. That's and that's only for those cards there. Huge drop. Black Shift, we are brainiacs. Such big-brained brainiacs are we. That's the kind of performance improvement I can get behind. That's the kind of thing that I can implement tonight and not have the demo pushback. Frick yeah. I love it. And now let's see what the drop is, shall we? $1,300. Oh, hell yes. Yeah, I love it. So freaking great. Get this, you can adjust the LOD on that static mesh as well. I'm not implementing any LOD because the player can't get that far away from anything. Like, they're within that area. So it's not like they're going to be moving 20, 50 meters away from this stuff and still be able to see them. If they move that far away, then they're going to be further down the sidewalk, and they're not going to, like, it's not going to be in view at all. So it's like, why have LOD? How many verts does each card have? 4 quads. Each card is, yeah, it's just a cube. Like, it's just the default cube that's like stretched into a rectangle. And that's it. These card packs, it's got a little bit of a bend in it there to give it that, and then it's got the grooves in the top. But I mean, it's really like each of these is like two verts, 2 verts, 2 verts, 2 verts, 2 verts, 2 verts, 2 verts. So like, there is a bit of improvement to get there, but not much. You know? If viewed from afar, you could remove the back. I mean, I do have back face culling enabled. Okay, well, that should be cull mode back. Pretty sure I already did that with most of these. No, apparently not. Yeah. For now. So this one here, this top one has blend shapes. Right? Nothing else has blend shapes. So what we can do is go static, turn that off. This is such a good performance improvement. Oh shit, no. It had like the array mesh has them. So I had no idea they were all skinned meshes. Like, I was hoping that wouldn't be the issue, but I was like, it probably is. Probably is the fact that they're skinned meshes. Not displays. This one here. Duplicate it. Wallbox top static. Get rid of those. Save this. Okay. So yeah, what we need to do, quick load. Top static. Why do you have skeleton? I suppose that's fine. Let's see. So what I need to do is I need to make it unique, which isn't going to cause it to be local to scene. Interactables, athlete box meshes. I want this to be athlete box meshes. Cool. There we go. How big are these textures? They're only they're 1024 by 1024. Yeah, that's it. I'm not using like 2 or 4K textures. Just enough so that like you can read the detail on them, but not so much that they're taking up like 2 gig of RAM sort of thing. Okay. I know how to shave 1 draw call per different texture, but it's nowhere near close worth it for the effort. Fair. That's the kind of thing that it's like, all right, if I need to squeeze a little bit more performance out, then we'll look at it. Oh. So what we need So the question is, do I add the shadow back in now? Do I add the shadow back in now? How does one add? Like, how does one do the occlusion culling? Is there a node that I need to add? Is there a setting I need to turn on? Yeah. Use occlusion culling. Do you expect the player will always have that amount of bobbleheads at one time? It's not what I expect. It's what they can do. So you've got, like, this door that you're seeing that I've got there. That's not even fully expanded. You've got, like, another 12 or so extensions that you can purchase. So that's not even half, like that's half the store actually that you can get. So imagine if it was completely full, completely extended, completely filled with just card packs. That would be a nightmare. Warning, the system is super finicky. Now you have to build out and occlude 3D. You can basically auto-bake it. So I think for the occluder 3D, it's probably something that I would put on just the store. Like, I'd probably put it on these walls here, and then I'd probably put it on each of these. So that way, when this extension here is bought and it drops down, we've still got occlusion culling there. Yeah? And I don't need occlusion culling outside of that, to be honest. Okay. Occluder instance 3D. You also have it changing? Yeah, not worth it. Okay. Yeah, so like each of these things here that you see, each of these here, you purchase an extension. Oh, hang on, why is... I have a back face there that I need to fix by the looks of it. They should be visible from the other side. But yeah, like you can purchase an extension in this section here. Will like drop down. And then there's where are the windows? I don't remember where the windows are. Oh no, they're already there. Yeah, cool. No, they're not. Are they something that I just turn on as I need? I've completely forgotten. Anyway, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Nah, I won't worry about it for now. I'll finish getting this thing set up. Let's see. Interactables. Card pack. What I want to do is go toggle hold visibility. What I want to do is go super. Actually, no. I don't need toggle hold visibility anymore. At least I don't need that toggle hold visibility. We just go mesh. And on. Not on. There we go. Oh, I'm really glad we've got that. Let's do a week of pixel art games, shall we? Something of something. Something of somethinger. It's not Layers of Fear. Could be Surfer. And it does look like water. Okay, maybe not. Pressure? Nah. Water? Power. Cameo. Elements of power. Nope. Huh. Elements of water. Nah, because that's the only thing that comes up for water. Oh. Oh, Rivals of Aether. That's what it is. Rivals of Aether. Mmm. Mmm. Let's see. That's why this wasn't working. We also need to know... broken or on. Not broken. There we go. Beautiful. We did figure it out, DuBois. We did. 40-50% reduction in draw calls. It's gonna be a lot more than that, Black Shift. Because you got to remember, when we tested it, we only did it to the card packs. We hadn't done it to the bobble boxes yet. So it's going to be sub 1,000 draw calls. And then we need to test with the shadows back on and see what that does. And then maybe I will create a settings option for disabling shadows. So if someone has lower hardware, they can disable shadows and bam. Improvements. I love it. I bet it can batch in the Shadow Pass as well. Probably, but the Shadow Pass is going to add at least double it. Maybe even, maybe a bit more, depending on which one we go with. Because, yeah, there's multiple. It depends on which shadow, yeah, you go with. Um, that's the only thing we need to do. I can get rid of these now. I can get rid of those. Toggle hold visibility. Actually. So I need to do this still, but not for top. Top we don't need to touch. Still need to do it for the rest of them. So this is only when we're holding it, Black Shift. So when you pick up the bobble box, or when you pick up a box of 8, then what I do is I duplicate this and I reuse it across all of the meshes of the box. And then when I put it down, this remove held just gets rid of that override and it goes back to the default. Because otherwise it's going to change it for all instances of the box. And this is just to have the Z clip scale set up. So that when you like walk up to a wall or something, it doesn't clip through the wall and stuff like that. Yeah. Already thought of that. Already thought of that. Up in here, we have this toggle hold visibility. Don't think that existed in 4.4. It didn't. It didn't. It is a new thing. It's a very helpful thing. That's for sure. Actually, there's a set hold material. We don't want set hold material to do anything for the card pack. Actually, yes we do. We want to go mesh visible false, armature visible true, and then remove hold material. And yeah. Saves you from a sub viewport or a depth repass. Exactly. You have to write depth buffer in the shader. Yep. I actually do it for the shaders as well. So if we have a look at in here, so I've got this enchanted shader. So if something's enchanted, it has like a blue purple effect, like wave going over it. Vertex, Z clip scale. If it's held, it's 0.01. Otherwise, it's 1. Done. Very nice. And then I have cull disabled on this, just because it creates weirdness. Like this combined with Z clip scale causes some oddity. So I just avoid it altogether. Now what I can do is this one here, I can make this unique again. And I can give it... I can just have this by default have Z clip scaling. I can see it thinking that mesh is behind the camera or something otherwise. Honestly, I am so glad that I found out about this tonight, Black Shift, because this is gonna be huge for performance in the future. I guarantee every time someone says that Godot's performance is bad, it's because they have like a ton of armatures or a ton of shape keys, and that's causing a bunch of draw calls and tanking their performance. And you just got to be crafty like this and know how to handle it. I think that's actually one thing that was done for Mega Bonk was they don't have armatures for any of their, like they don't have skeletons for any of their stuff. It's all like baked animations to save on performance. Also a bit disappointed this knowledge was a bit hard to discover. I mean, that's probably more for me. That was more for me, like, not telling you, hey, this is... Like, it should be something on the documentation for the optimization. Because if you have a look at Godot 3D Optimize, like, under here, there's nothing, like, there's animation and skinning. But, like, it just talks about, like, needing to lower the poly counts, limit number of them on screen at a given time, stuff like that. So there is this stuff. Yeah. I was hoping that I could bypass it. Yeah. How's it? It's amazing, Nujank. We are making performance gains. That's what we're doing. Improving performance like nobody's business. Why are you turned on? Make unique. There we go. There we go. Now this one is untouched. Cool. Try shaking Godot, reload scene. Need to mention that they don't qualify for batching. It needs to mention they don't qualify for batching. But otherwise it's a bit of a nitpick. Yeah, it is. Skeleton bone vertex like manipulation is hard in any engine. Correct. It's good info to have for the future. Future games that I make. There we go. Beautiful. Give me 2 seconds. Alright, never mind. Heard some knocking. I would like the new IK stuff in 4.6 to be usable with non-bones, like regular Node 3D. You don't always need a skinned mesh for IK. Well, I mean, they've owned, like, it's new stuff. So, probably down the track, there will be, like, something added in for that. But yeah, as the first implementation, maybe it's something you can raise. Like jump on their GitHub and be like, it'd be good if this was done. Yeah. Okay. Quick load. No, not quick load. Make unique. Make unique. 0.01. I was worried this performance improvement would take like a week. I probably could make it myself and do a PR. They released a Drop Bear horror film in the US. I don't know if I should watch it. You should. You should. I haven't watched it myself. I'm not saying that it's a good movie. I'm just saying you should watch it, because then you can let me know if it's a good movie. Purely selfish reasons. You go waste your time and let me know if it's worth me spending my time on it. It looks pretty bad. Does it look as bad as Emu Wars? Like, does it look as bad as... as this? Like, look at it. You got an emu holding a machine gun. That's not what an emu looks like. That's the funniest thing I've seen all day. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's so funny. That's so funny. It's a family. Oh my god, that's so funny. Oh my god. This movie looks very amusing. That's a good one. Nicely done. Now, there is also Alpacalypse. Alpacalypse is amazing. He's fighting the laser with the hose. Oh my god. Or what was it? Llamageddon. Llamageddon, a killer llama from outer space crash lands on Earth and brings death and destruction to everyone in its path. Like, these movies are so amazing. Like, they're so good. They're so good. This one. A raccoon ingests a discarded synthetic drug and mutates into a vicious killer. It rampages through a mountain community, threatening campers, tourists, and residents. No one is safe from the monstrous raccoon's violent onslaught. Where is it? There it is! It's so good. It's... Oh my god. It's just amazing. It's... Those movies, those D-grade movies are the best. Oh. Not Jaws, Jurassic Park. Which one? I saw Cocaine Bear. That one was not bad. Cocaine Bear had a budget behind it. All right. Crackoon was like the smallest budget. Any Drop Bear movies? According to Black Shift, there's a Drop Bear movie. But yeah, those things, I love those movies. They're so good. There we go. IMDb. Drop it. A group of US tourists on a cheap Aussie outback tour discover the scam's fake drop bear attack has led them into a lair of real flesh-hungry koala king. Oh my god. What up, Salam? Which engine is that? We're using Godot. This be Godot. Godot is good. I'm just doing a bit of a performance improvement at the moment. I would like this to default to orthogonal. If it can stop frickin' changing it. We'll see what it runs like with that. So 1,645 draw calls with shadows. That is with the shadows. What has happened to those? The hell happened to those? No, like the hero villain stuff doesn't exist at the moment. Like in that game, I haven't unlocked the hero and villain bobbleheads yet. So those boxes literally cannot exist. Why? Still, the fact that it's down to 1600 draw calls with that many items. And if I add shadow settings, like if I add a shadow settings where they can like turn off the shadows to get extra performance, that would... Yeah. What up, USA? So if we go... What? Where are we? And yeah, you can see how with shadows disabled, it's down at like 800 draw calls. 900. I still don't know why these are doing that. Cool, so that still does that. Oh, I know why that's happening. This is going to be such... Like, this is going to get it even better. This is going to get it even better, Black Shift. Are you ready for this? I mean, not really, but... It's not really going to do anything. Alright? It's not going to do anything. It's just... Put it that way. It's going to do shit all. There we go. Now, okay, so if I have it use the orthogonal, so that's what the orthogonal shadow looks like. Very crummy, very bleh. But it still has shadow. Yeah. But the draw call is now at about 1094. So giving them an option for like high, medium, low quality shadow, probably a good idea. Change it to average, jumps up to 1290. Change it to 4 splits, jumps up to 1620. And then also give them the option to disable shadows completely. Maybe have 2 lights. One for the 4 and another for the cards. Might not be worth it. One for the floor and another for the cards. What do you mean? Medium source. Alright. Let's hit it. Cards only receive the low quality shadows. No, that'll require having 2 suns. Because the shadows coming from the dynamic... Or sorry, the directional light from the sun. So I'd have to put in 2 suns, and that would make things look odd. I could do something like that, though. Give me a second to check it. Thank you for the medium source. Might be worse. I think it will be, because it's got to do 2 different lights. I got to calculate 2 different lights, sort of thing. But honestly, I think this is good. Just giving them an option for shadows being off, low, medium, and high. I think that's the idea. That's the play. I feel it should be less, though. I do feel it should be less. Here's the medium source. Yeah, the price labels are. But how would you... Ow. Label 3D does do some wild things. I already have double-sided turned off. And double-sided and what is it? Shaded. So I already have double-sided and shaded turned off. I was not paying attention and suddenly I hear an Aussie coughing, so I had some hot sauce and it hit my throat. So yeah. The upfront cost to label 3D is pretty high, but it shouldn't cause a change. Is there an easy way to turn them off to see if that's part of it? Let me redo the shadow thing. So it does drop it. So we're now at 460 with them turned off. Been pretty busy lately and not on Twitch much. Is the game duel streak alive? No, it's not. No, it's not. We failed at 237. 237. So we can turn off the labels. The problem is, what do we use instead of the label? Like, how do we have dynamic text printed there? Like, it's definitely something that should be looked into. Because I think the price needs to change size depending on how big it is. The exclamation. The transparency on this would be an issue. I have any good ideas. I have a lot of bad ideas. Hide the labels at a distance. Fixed size, alpha cuts. Not render priorities. Visibility range. Distance from which the geometry instance 3D will be hidden. Fade mode. Visibility range fade disabled. Will not fade itself. Fade self. Will fade out itself when reaching the limits of its own visibility range. This is slower than disabled. Okay. This is with high shadow detail as well. It's down to 434. As we walk in, it obviously goes up. Like, move around the store. Fine. So it's really only if you're out front of the store looking at everything. Or if you're like over here. Yeah. But so something that's all the way back here, like, so if I got these remaining 12 extensions, something that's back here, why can I see through there? Huh, I need to fix that. Something that's all the way back here for these labels is not going to be visible from here. So this is just shy of 10 meters. Black shift. If I go out here and you look at those ones, that's 10 meters. That there is 10 meters to that. maybe, maybe what we do. Maybe we set up um a quality. Oh, I haven't done it for the exclamation mark. Like the exclamation mark only appears like it's got 10 meters, but like I could bump it to 15. But like the worst I got just then with no shadows was just under 100. About 90. Maybe 88. Yeah. I'm thinking what we do, we set up a quality. Just a quality value. Set it as to high by default. And then we drop it high will have the like max shadow, and actually maybe we do like a oh, you know what else I can do? You know what else I can do? I have an idea for the draw call black shift. I have an idea. I want this to be a little bit lower. Good night, skate. If we do that, let's see. Let's see. It saved a little bit on draw calls. That 916 is a little bit high still. Just a teeny bit. I don't think what I've just done there is worth it. Alright. BRB for like 20 seconds. Alright. Alright, I'm back. Good night, Sprig. How you doing? I just needed some more water. That's all. That's all. I am liking this, though. Even memory. This has even boosted, like, dropped memory usage by half. Wait, no, there we go. Video memory is still what it is. This memory, actually, yeah, that's probably about what it is anyway. I don't think there's anything else we can do. What, 4,049 objects drawn, 917 draw calls. Should I make it 2 meters? We're really starting to scrape the bottom of the barrel. I think other optimizations exist, but are more system fidelity related. Yeah. Like, I'm just going to give all of these, like, a visibility range. So that the only time these meshes will be rendered is when you're, like, right in front of them, sort of thing. Which is pretty much when you're holding them. So basically, if you're holding these things, then these meshes here, which are under this, then that'll render. Because you could be holding it and taking them off. Like taking the top off. What if I turn off global illumination for them too? Disabled global illumination mode used for objects, dynamic objects that do not contribute to global illumination. There's quite a few. There's a couple hundred. There's a couple hundred. So, yeah. I mean, bumping up the FPS is really what I'm after at the moment. Because if I can bump up the FPS while leaving the draw calls the same, that's still a benefit. Just gonna disable the global illumination for all this stuff. Yeah, exactly. What up, Edwin? How you doing? Okay. Bayute. Yes. Doing brilliant. How about you? Been starting startup with my homie that's focusing on web dev services. What do you think? Very nice. Very nice. As long as you know what you're doing when it comes to web development, go for it. So the reason they have a state machine is they behave differently. So when they're held, there's like you can open them and whatnot. When they're on the sales counter, you need to be able to scan them and stuff like that. When they're idle, you need to be able to grab them. You need to be able to pick them up when they're idle. When they're stocked, that shouldn't be able to do any of that stuff. Those, and just so you know, Black Shift, those aren't running a process or a physics process or anything like that. So in here, we can set the visibility range to these. Be 10. Trying to find optimizations wherever now. That's fair. Why do I even have this? Why do I even have this? Do you always use green or monocolor shirt every stream, or is just how you are? Beautiful floating head and floating hands. That is. That's how I am. That's how I am. That's it. I don't have a mirror. No mirrors, no reflections, no nothing. There we go. No third person mode. No third person mode. Furniture. Oops. It's good for Debo to get a rough shape. It was only needed when I was creating everything. Now that I've created it and I've set it all up and I don't need to do it anymore, I don't need it. I can just get rid of it. I'm going to be intrigued to see what the performance is now. So I think we've got draw calls down as far as we can. Changelog, killed the player. Is each anchor point its own mesh? No, the anchor points aren't a mesh. They're just an area with a collision. And that's purely to identify when it should snap to another furniture. What do you mean, drats? If that's how I had it set up, then that would mean that I was doing things in an even worse way. Drats. I mean, good. Now, I do remember someone was playing this. I think it was Creeper. I think Creeper played this on just a 10th gen i5 or i7, something like that. No GPU or anything. And they were able to, they bought a ton of inventory in the game. And that dropped them because of all the rigid bodies and everything spawning in and whatnot. After it had spawned in, it dropped them down to 10 FPS. This would probably still get them to be able to play at about 30 FPS with all these changes. With no GPU at all. We're using GD script as the programming language, Ed. So I gotta say, that's a big bump. Another thing I can think of would be to do a frame analysis. Maybe not full-blown occlusion culling. See how much overdraw we're talking. And there's probably some. There's definitely improvements to the general setup of everything. Yeah, the screen's double-sided. I don't think I want the screen to be double-sided. That would be silly. What up, Julius? Tuned in right at Be Silly, so I shall do it. When you're planning on releasing Bobble Shop, the demo should be in a week or so. The full release will be where's the radio broken? Material. I don't think I need the radio anymore. I forgot what I was talking about. That's right, May 24th is when I want to do the full release. It would be wild if there was a window on a far-off building that's getting a fragment pass. Or a side of something that's miles away that covers the entire time. It's not. Like, so... all of these buildings and stuff here is all one mesh. It's all a single unified mesh. Now, one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of all of these. I'm going to get rid of all these flowers. But that's not really going to do much. $1,070. Okay, it does a bit of a dip. I am contemplating just turning shadows off altogether. I am toying with the idea of just having shadows off altogether. Oh, hang on. That's not good. I should probably put collision around there so that you can't. Maybe I move that switch over there. Move that light switch over to there. Yeah. Hasn't really done much. I need to have the cards lower. wonder. They're still very bright. Specifically that wall. Oh, I know why. I know why that is. I did it for the wrong thing, first of all. Let's do that. Door. All of these disable global illumination. Okay. Do you prefer chocolate or cheese more? Depends on my mood. One of those is savory, the other is sweet. What up, dog? How you doing? Cool. Actually, 4859. 4859. Cool. Where's the door? 10 for you. Don't be double-sided. Why do I keep leaving them as double-sided? Jesus Christ. Shop name. I think that's about what we're going to get. We are making game today. We were going to do 3D modeling stuff, but then I discovered performance issues. And now we basically have it fixed as much as we can. The main issue is just when you have a large quantity of items in the store, you're gonna have worse performance. It's like the more stock you buy, the worse your performance is gonna get, basically. And that's mainly just because of like rendering shit. I could go represents a box-shaped region of 3D space. When any part of this region becomes visible on screen or in a camera 3D's view, it will emit a screen-entered signal, and likewise will emit a screen-exited signal when no part of it remains on screen. So I could put this on everything, which just hides it. So the products at the very back. Now, it does say visible on screen. Does that mean the camera can see it, or it's just within the camera's field of view? Because those are two very different things. Yeah. Very different things, those. If you want a node to be enabled automatically when this region is visible on screen, use visible on screen enabler. Okay. Let's see. Visible on screen enabler. Not 2. Let's see what happens. What up, Munglo? How you doing? Being fantastic, I assume. Okay, yeah, so this is only if it's within view. Got nothing to do with collision culling. I don't remember how you draw it at the moment, but one way to decrease load would also be to change the multiple objects into a combined stack. Another, after the player is done loading it in the shelf. So the problem there, dog, is they're not just meshes that are being put on the shelves. They're actual objects, they're actual node trees that have functionality to them. So if you make it into one object, it looks like 4, 3, or 2. But like, if I make it into one object, then when one of those objects needs to do something, I then have to go through a process of disconnecting them from one object. Because you've got to remember that the bobble boxes can break when a bobblehead becomes conscious. And it can be any of the boxes can become broken. Simplify dummy object until more features needed, then swap them out. To also have node. To also save node amount. So it's not the node amount that's the issue. The node amount isn't the issue. It's the draw calls. We've already fixed the draw calls. So when we started this stream, the draw calls were hitting 13,000. Right? And that's because the armature mesh, you have thousands of card packs all over the place. Right? Each with an armature for when you rip open the pack. Each of those are an individual draw call. So we've now changed that so that armature is not visible. It's hidden by default. And when the player picks it up, when the player is holding it, then we switch. So that you can then do the open animation. And then when they put it down, it switches back to this one. So we've already got that stuff set up. We're already handling those use cases. And the other thing that we need to do, add quality setting to display. Quality or shadow setting? Shadow level setting to display. Off, low, medium, high. Because the level of shadow detail also plays a part. But I'm currently playing with the idea. Of just having shadows by default off. So under here, we just turn that off. Yeah. Implement that thinking to the rest of the object. No. because there's nothing else. There's a collision. The state machine isn't running a process or anything like that. These nodes don't render anything. They don't do anything. They're not running a process. They're not running a physics process. None of that stuff. They are there so that depending on which state it's in, depends on how the player can interact with it. And these by default are frozen and static. So they just become static collision objects. Right, when the object goes on shelf. I know what you meant, dog. I'm just saying that that's not going to do anything. Like, no. That's all I'm saying. It's not going to improve performance of anything. Because the things that are causing issues, like the things that are causing the process to hit this high, are the draw calls. You'd quarter your draw calls if you made all 4 objects into one object. They're already being treated as the one object, dog. They already are. So when in Godot, when you have a node, like a mesh instance 3D that is using that's using the same mesh, the same material, and the same textures as another mesh instance 3D, which these are, they're all using this array mesh. They're all using this material. They're all using that. It does a batch draw call for all of those things. And that's why changing it to this when the player's not holding it, and then when the player is holding it, it changes to this one. That's how we dropped it from 13,000 to 1,000. Are you rocking your frame rate to 120, or is that what you get? So I have it VSync. So 165 is what it would be hitting at max. 120 is what it gets when I'm looking at everything. When I'm looking at all of the objects. Now, if I turned off VSync, which I don't think I can turn off VSync, because I think my settings... You know what? We'll do it this way. I'll do it in my settings. So no VSync. That's what happens. So we get around 120-ish when we're looking at all of these objects. If I look away, then we're getting like 200. Yeah. That screen does a performance hit too. Same with that one. Yeah. That's getting my thinking straight. So each of the slots on the shelves already hold one object, but draw them as 4-3-1 depending on the amount left. No, so it's not based on the shelf or anything like that, dog. It's not based on that at all. It's based on if the mesh instance is using a shared mesh and material. It doesn't matter where they are in the world. If they're using the same mesh and the same material, it's just the one draw call. Unless you have skinning involved for like an armature or shape keys. Yeah, the call's batched as like a single. Yeah. And that's what we have happening for all of those. The other thing I want to do... Disable that. Disable that. Doesn't do anything, but... You do have an armature, or an obstacle. Those. You only got the one mesh. Another way to do it is also make very basic shapes of everything that's far away. Turn them into high define. Turn them into the high definitions on demand. That's just level of detail. That's just what LOD is. But the thing is, they're already very low poly. Like, each of the cards is just a cube. Each of the bobble boxes is just, like, what? Like 6 cubes. Because the edges each fold down, sort of thing. So, like, there's not really any benefit to have for those. It would drop like 1 or 2 vertices. And I do already have them set up. So if we go into here, these 4 here, so you've got this top static. Right? You've got this top static here. Right? So these ones here, they all have a visibility range of 2 meters. 2 meters. Otherwise they're hidden. They're not rendered. And the reason for that is because that's going to be over the top of it. The reason for 2 meters is because when the player gets in range, if they pick it up and they take the top off, put them back in. Make them visible so that when the player takes off the top, they see these sides, and then the sides drop down. Yeah. If you walk around in wireframe view, you can check the occlusion is working as you want. How do we do wireframe view? How do you do wireframe view, Mungo? Godot does a lot automatically, but you can tweak it. I don't remember the setting, but when I played with it a bit, things looked fun when objects got close. Hooked it up to a console command in game. Okay. So how do I do it? Like, how do I walk around in wireframe mode? You've suggested it. It's now up to you to explain to me how I do that, because I don't know how. You can't come in with a suggestion and then not tell me how to do that suggestion. That's just mean. Why not release this for mobile too? No. Not gonna release it for mobile, but it will be playable on Steam Deck. We've tested controls we've tested controller as well. So if I wanted to, I could pay someone to do an export to PlayStation 5, Xbox, and Nintendo Switch 2. Yeah, I could, but I'm not going to. Get view, debug, draw, viewport, debug, draw, num, wireframe. Let me see something. Okay, can't find anything. So, I'm going to test this quickly. Let's see. Debug, draw, wireframe. Now, I don't have occlusion culling enabled. So, like, I don't have any occlusion culling set up because the store's dynamic. I don't know why they just stand there. But yeah, like... So... Here's the thing. I can set up some occlusions. Where are we? Like, the only occlusions I'd be able to set up would be those three walls and that wall. They would be the only occlusions I would set up. Because these are dynamic parts. They go up and down. Yeah. How much would it reduce if buildings were part of the occlusion coming too? None at all. None at all. Because you've got to remember. All of this Everything you see there is a single mesh. That's it. It doesn't reduce the draw amount that much at all. Like, it'll drop it by maybe 100, if that. So yeah, we're still up at 800 and whatnot. You'll get here. So see how it's 72 when I'm looking out this way. If I now enable that again. Walk out this way. So you can see how it's still 74 draw calls. Might help with some easing shadow calculation. I have shadows completely disabled, Mungalo. Shadows are completely disabled. But yeah, like... To be honest, that amount of draw call isn't a big deal. Yeah, it's... So, the 900 draw calls that we're hitting with no shadow, if you have all shadows on, if you have like the slowest shadow enabled, which is like a 4 split, it's around 1200 draw calls for that scene that you saw. Now, that's only extensions up to here. So it's half the store filled out with stock. Like, you could extrapolate it out to say if you get these extensions as well and you fill the store out completely, you could be looking at 4,000 draw calls. In theory. Probably not. Probably not. That would depend on how many different objects, how many different things you're selling in the store. Obviously, the larger the variety, the more draw calls there's going to be, because less of it can be done in batches. Yeah. So there's that. My 2D game is doing like 10,000 draw calls per second right now. I've got to work on that. God damn it. And you're in here trying to tell me how to improve it. That's perfectly fine, dog. Think of it this way. 4 hours ago, our draw calls were 13,000. And now our draw calls are down to like anywhere from 500 to 900, depending on what it is you're looking at. Great improvements, all due to armature and shape key skinning, causing the meshes not to batch. But now that we've got that implementation that has like a separate mesh until the player picks it up and then it flips to the armature mesh. Hell yeah. Alright. I am going to call it there for the day. I know who we're going to raid. We're going to raid... Who do we want to raid, actually? No, let's raid Jedem. It's been a while since we've raided Jedem. My overworld level I want to basically use as, if this runs, you will have a smooth experience. Currently 5,000, 7,000 draw calls with some basic occlusion, but shadows and such. I do see 160 plus, up to hundreds of frames though. Nice. I think when, like, as you saw when I start the game and I have like a small number of stuff, I'm getting like 600-700 frames per second. But obviously in this type of game, the more stuff you put in your store, the slower it's going to run, because you just have more physics objects that are doing collision calculations and stuff. That's just how it is. Even TCG has this issue. You get a bunch of delivery boxes out the front, your FPS drops. Anyway, I will see you all in 10 hours. I'll be back in the morning. We'll fix up some of these other bugs that we've got here that I need to knock out. But those are easy bugs. Have a good night, you good dunce.